Okay, everyone. Big Fighter's back. Woo! Hype. But yeah, we are now back with some more No Glitches Allowed. We are going on to the final. I guess. Yeah, it's about the final 24 hours of the marathon. And we are still about $216 from our goal. So if you have any money at all laying around, spare money, just you wanna that you don't really know what to do with, I guess I gotta say. So there's always these good doggos at Go Rescue who needs help, get food, find new homes and all that. So use the exclamation mark donate for that. And we still got a few spare leftover incentives going on. We got 2 incentives to play minigames both for the fish and the train minigame in Professor Layton and the Last Spectre, which is happening later today. I think it's later today. Where's that old one? Oh, apologies, it's the sheet that hasn't updated, but those are currently closed. They're not going to be put as... No, wait. Are they going to put as an extra? Are they extra? I think it's extra. Could be an extra. Anyways, those are still open for some reason. Otherwise, we got the highest donation that's going to put on the names for characters in Skylanders Swap Force. We got the character name for Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, which is currently George for $9. If you don't want the character to be called George, you have to get some at least $10 donation. And the last one is the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask file name, which we got a tight race between Ace and Zelda. As for the file name, Zelda is currently leading in $25, and Ace is second place with 21. Otherwise, from that, we're gonna move on to the Last Guardian, coming up here in a few seconds. Because we've got everything set up. Stay tuned for that, guys. Fantastic, I get it. So that's good. So in 3, 2, 1, and you're live. Take it away.
All right. Hi everybody. This is SableDragonRook. You can call me Sable, and welcome to The Last Guardian. We're going to be doing just a straight any percent, and timing is going to start as soon as I hit yes here. So we're going to start time in 3, 2, 1, go. So unfortunately we don't get to watch cutscenes, but the essence of the story is we woke up in this cave with this giant beast. Here he is. And he doesn't really know what's happening. We don't really know what's happening. But we're gonna help him because he's got a spear in his leg. Throughout this game, because the boy doesn't really know, how he ended up here, or why he's here, or how to get out, he's going to be trusting a lot in Trico, and basically doing whatever Trico wants, because Trico's the one here who knows more about what's happening. Alright, so we're in the actual start of the game now. I don't really count that first part. Trico's hungry, because he's been down here, chained to the floor for a while. And these barrels, or rather, the glowing goo that's inside of them, is basically the only thing he eats. So we're gonna grab a couple of these for him, and hopefully that'll perk him right up. So you can see he's got some armor on. He's got a little headpiece, and it's kind of hard to see from right here, but he's also got like a piece of body armor. For right now, he doesn't like it if we get close to him, so we gotta be a little careful. He could start swatting us around, and that takes quite a bit of time to recover from. Sorry, dude. Smacked you right in the face. A little bit slow to pick up these barrels. That's okay. I think that you'll see that, you know, because this is a run that relies so much on getting an AI to do what you want it to do, there's some pretty significant variability in, you know, how quickly things are going to happen. That's what keeps it interesting. The game wants you to take the spear out of his shoulder here to help him out, but we're going to do that in just a second. First, we're going to take off his collar, so that here in a moment we don't have to do that. He is not very nice to us, is he? So that collar that we took off was chaining him to the ground, and it was also what was holding his armor on. So now that we've taken that off, he'll be able to get out of his armor, he'll be able to move around, and we can start actually using him to solve puzzles. You'll also notice, and again, we won't really have time to watch cutscenes, but you'll notice that his horns are broken, and you might be able to see that his tail is kind of chopped off. A little bit later, we're gonna come upon a cutscene that I'll skip that will explain a little more about that, and I'll talk about that at that point. But for right now, safe to say he didn't have a very good day before he ended up down here. So he's gonna be over here scratching off his armor. He's gonna be scratching his back and head to get it to fall off. While he does that, we got a couple attempts at, honestly, a deceptively hard trick. I believe that in all my, I guess it's been more than a year of running this, I've gotten it once. We're just trying to get the boy to grab onto this ledge. It's worth trying just because Trico isn't here and we have to wait anyway. But it's really no big deal to miss it. And it looks like we will miss it, which is fine. Saves, you know, 15 seconds, not really a super big deal. He can take care of eating those if he wants. And we're gonna head into this little tunnel basically because it's the only place to go. So from here on, this is, as the narrator is saying, this is the mirror. There are actually multiple things in the game called mirrors, but this is the main one. This is a tool we can use to solve puzzles. We're not going to get to keep it for the entire run. It'll sort of be off and on. But for now at least, we'll be able to get ourselves out of this area using the mirror. I guess Trico wasn't hungry anymore. Also, in an effort to spare your guys' ears, I am going to be trying to limit the number of times that I call Trico. For most of the run, we just want to be spamming calling him, but that can certainly get a little bit annoying, so try to keep that to a minimum for you guys. So the mirror is what calls lightning out of Trico's tail, which, as you can see, that lightning can be used to blow things up. It can also be used to attack enemies later and remove obstacles. And for right now, Trico's tail is just like a steady beam of lightning. That'll change a bit later in the game as his tail heals from being, you know, chopped in half. At a lot of points, we're going to be resetting. That's on purpose. That's because Trico can kind of take his time in catching up to us when we're walking. So if we memorize where the checkpoints are and then restart immediately, it will always pull Trico directly to us. And that saves a lot of time waiting for him to walk around. There is no actual indication of where the checkpoints are in the game. Like there's no, you know, loading symbol or chapter select or anything like that. So it's basically just, you know, memorization, figuring out where they are. I'm gonna try to get that wedged back in there, because Trico is gonna go after that. No matter what, you can see his eyes are yellow. That means he's like, oh, a barrel, I need it. And as long as he's focused on that, and as long as he can't get it, because I wedged it back there, we can use him as a platform and then leave him behind. Which is what we want to do for as much of the run as we can. Again, because it takes time to wait for him to do things. So he's looking at this giant, you know, structure, which throughout the run is going to be referred to as the White Tower. That's where he wants to go, so as far as the boy is concerned, that's where we want to go to. Just because we don't really, you know, have any other ideas. Trico doesn't normally have a green stripe down his back. I put him in a pinstripe because the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center's primary color is green. Don't forget to donate to the doggos. If you're curious, by the way, about how to paint Trico like that, you get a little, for lack of a better way of describing it, it's a spray paint can. If you play through the game, I want to say a minimum of 4 times, maybe you can do it in 3. Giving Trico basically every barrel, it'll unlock that spray paint. So whenever Trico is using his tail, he's not walking, which is important. We want to kind of regulate where he's standing right now, because he's following us. But we don't want him to be following super close right now. The reason that we don't want him to be following super close is that hopefully when we see him in just a second, he'll be standing on this pillar. If he's following closely, he'll be a little bit past it. No big deal if he is, it just takes a little bit longer to wait for him to turn around if he's already past it. He's just a smidge past. That's okay. We're going to be using a lot of visual cues about what Trico's head is doing, what his ears are doing, to tell us whether or not he's understood and whether he's doing the thing that we do actually want him to do. At least for right now, we can't directly tell Trico what to do. There's going to be a point not too far from here where we're going to learn how to command Trico to do certain things. But at least for right now, we don't really know him well enough. You know, we're not best bros yet. So for this first little while, we just have to get him to follow us and then position him the way we need him to be that way. Another checkpoint reset here. Instead of waiting for Trico to hop up, it's faster to just checkpoint him right next to us. So now he'll be right behind us. So far, Trico is doing pretty well. There is such thing as you know, starting with a, we call it poor Trico AI. Straight from the beginning of the game, Trico can be a little bit finicky, but he's doing pretty well, which is good to see. That should make for a more exciting run. Trico hates these eyeballs, and as long as they're around, he won't progress. So anytime we see them, we need to either move them or destroy them before he'll move on. They can come in the form of those panels. Sometimes enemies will be carrying shields that have that pattern so that Trico won't attack them. Those, again, another thing called mirrors. Those mirrors are always our highest priority whenever they're around. Now, as we're climbing, would be a great time to mention that this game was made, you know, by the same people who made Shadow of the Colossus, Ico, whatever you prefer. But unlike Shadow, there is no dedicated grab button. So I have no control over whether or not the boy actually grabs onto things, which is, you know, interesting. I can choose if the boy picks things up, but as far as holding on to Trico, grabbing onto ledges, that's entirely just the boy's auto detection, you know, figuring out that that's a thing he can grab and then actually holding on to it. Sometimes that might lead to some interesting situations where, you know, we just don't grab something or Trico will skate out from underneath us like a surfboard. So, let's get that out there ahead of time. There are things we can do to make that better. We can pet Trico while he's moving in order to encourage the boy to grip. Things like that. This is going to be the first of 3 cages that we encounter. You can tell by the glowy blue stuff all around. We got eaten. As you do. By a giant chicken dog. Unfortunately, no cutscene there. Thankfully that cutscene wasn't really showing very much. It's basically a more fragmented version of a cutscene that comes later. Whenever we see those little symbols on the screen, we have to button mash in order to get them to go away. For right now, they're only in pause menus, but when we start to encounter enemies, they'll be able to put those on while we're still, you know, like playing. So you'll often see me spamming the Call Trico button, because that's the only button that I can spam that doesn't actually do anything, like to the boy's movement. So like the narrator said, that mirror that we were using to shoot lightning out of Trico's tail is now gone. So this begins the stretch of the game where we don't have it. And it's actually a pretty long stretch. I think you have the mirror for less time than you don't have the mirror. So here's our first glimpse of the enemies of this game. These are not actual people, they're like blue mist inside armor. And Trico very much dislikes these guys, but above anything else, he dislikes their heads for some reason, like their helmets. We're going to use that to our advantage here for one of the trickier skips in the game. It has a lot to do with RNG, because Trico's going to be fighting these guys, and how he chooses to fight them is going to really influence whether we can do this skip or not. But if there's one of those armor's heads around, Trico will just go ballistic. He'll be swatting it around, he'll be, just attacking it, even long after the enemies are dead. So if we can get one helmet and put it in a place that Trico's not supposed to be, like throw it in there, we can force Trico to stand in a certain place that'll let us get on his back and then move on without him. But Trico has a couple different fight animations, and he's going to be fighting on a very narrow bridge. So if he chooses things like swatting to the side, he's just going to throw everybody off and we're not going to have any helmets. So we shall see. We want to see Trico basically do ground pounds, jump straight up in the air and then slam down on these guys, in order to make sure we have the best chance of having a helmet. Well, that was, pretty good. Although, I might just be able to pull this guy's helmet myself. Nope, I couldn't. That's okay. Well, that guy's gone. The other helmet fell off the bridge. That guy's gone. And that guy got grabbed, so this one will be a little bit of chance. He's gone. Okay. So we're not going to be able to do that skip because we have no helmets. That's okay. So instead of being able to leave Trico behind, we're going to have to pet him to calm him down. There, he's calm. On the bright side, fun fact, if you pet Trico where he has blood on his feathers, the blood goes away. So, we were able to clean him up there just a little bit. Had we been able to use those helmets, we would be up here without ever needing Trico's face to go through that hole. So that's why that's just a little bit faster. And if any of you guys stuck around for the Inside All Deaths run that I did, oh boy, that was Friday, I guess. I made mention of Vanquish and Parhelion discovering this quick chain climb in that game. And I thought, well, if it works in Inside, maybe it'll work in The Last Guardian. And it does, surprisingly. So we now have a quick chain climb in both games. So Trico has basically a scripted event that he has to go through up here when he hops up. There's nothing we can do to speed it up, so we're just gonna kinda watch him run around and frolic for a minute. For some reason, he'll complete it very slightly faster if we're not on him. I can't really figure out why. He's gonna run one more time, and then we can hop on. He's got to line himself up just right to go around this like pillar thing. Or I guess he just gave up. That's fine too. So he's turning and looking again at what is the White Tower. We're a little bit closer to it now. But throughout the game, like, that's the whole goal. We're going to be getting closer and closer to the White Tower, and we're going to be going up and up, closer to the top of it. Wow, Trico just will not let me get down to the ground. That's okay. We were trying for a little skip there. Like that skip at the very beginning of the run, it's not super common to have it happen, but it's always, you know, worth a try. So this stuff coming out of this barrel is the same blue goo that is in, you know, the normal barrels that Trico will eat, which is why he's so obsessed with it. So I'll just close that off so that he stops smelling it. And then he'll be ready to go again. Quite a few puzzles revolve around, you know, getting Trico to stop being distracted by something. Because he's basically our only key out of here. You know, he's the one that can jump around and climb things. You'll also notice that the more barrels we give him throughout the game, the more his horns start to grow. Am I inside Trico? Potentially. In narrow corridors, the game can sometimes have a problem with the camera. Just the way that they've designed the camera makes it so that when the camera, it's like the camera is like an actual in-game object. And so when it runs into something, it'll stop and get stuck on that thing. And when it gets stuck, instead of, you know, letting you control it, the camera will just go black. And so a lot of times we'll kind of, you know, be in tight spaces and then the screen will just go dark for 15-20 seconds until the camera has a place to be. Here's another scripted event. Nothing we can do about it, so we'll just chill and wait for Trico to get his bath time. So the thing he's looking at is this. This looks to be another Trico. And she's gone. Come on, dude. She's gone. The game will normally want you to solve this puzzle by waiting until Trico hops up and then climbing his tail. We're going to try to skip that by hopefully just landing on Trico's face. Yeah, neck is also just fine. Anytime that we have the chance to land on Trico's head or shoulders, torso, whatever, that's going to be better than landing on his tail. His tail is a lot longer than it seems, and it will continue to get longer throughout the game as it regrows. This puzzle also heavily relies on Trico. I guess I don't want to say it's a puzzle. It's supposed to be a fight, but for the sake of the speedrun, it's a puzzle. Because we need Trico to fight these guys, but we need him to stand in such a way that we can continue without him. I first need to try to break the camera so that I actually have control of it. There we go. Next, I need to see where I actually am, which is still kind of unclear. And in the midst of his hopping around, I need to find a time to leave his back. There we go. Climbing up here ourselves and letting Trico deal with that fight is much faster than helping Trico with that fight and then convincing him to like hoist us up onto this walkway over here that I'm gonna jump to in a second. If we ever get caught by these guys, which part of the run includes instances where we do get caught by them on purpose, they're going to put those symbols that we saw in the loading screens on our screen, and we're going to have to button mash in order to get those off and get them to drop us. The number of horns and like the style of armor indicates how hard it is to get away from them, but they're always going to be trying to take us towards some blue doors. If they ever succeed in getting us through there, that's going to be a death, which means a restart from a checkpoint. We do sometimes want to get caught. We don't ever want to go through a door. A little bit of RNG, seeing how these guys spawn. That was fine. So Trico's tail is stuck in a gate right now. That happened because I reset and it moved him forward. So we need to lift the gate off of his tail, and then he'll come help us. This fight basically dictates whether we have a pacifist Trico for the rest of the run. We want to see him doing what he's doing, basically. We want to see him smacking people and actually, like, hurting them, instead of either just growling at them or you know, smacking them onto the ground and then not actually killing them. Ooh, awesome shot, dude. Very nice. Jeez, that guy exploded. Good job, buddy. He's still a bit upset. We can calm him down by calling him. Once his eyes stop being pink, he'll be calm. Cool. This is the part of the game where we learn how to control Trico. We get some commands. You're supposed to work with Trico to break this box back here and get him some barrels. But it takes a long time, not only to do that, but to wait for the narrator to explain that you're getting commands and how to use them. So instead, we're going to try to just skip this entire thing. It'll save a couple minutes if we can. If you pet Trico, he'll sit down. So the first thing that we're going to do is pet Trico to make him sit down so that he doesn't step forward anymore, because he is where we want him to be. And then we're going to pet him on his head again to sit him down, and hopefully he'll lift his head. Sit down one more time, my dude. Sit down. Sit down. Thank you. I can't quite get the boy to, Oh, well, he just completely laid down. I guess that's fine. Can you stand up again? Stand up, buddy. No, he's got to yawn first. Alright. Now we can sit him and hop up here. Great. Well, we're going to reset here real quick. That was why I mentioned that the boy doesn't have a dedicated grab button, because there was a perfect example of, you know, a time when the game just didn't register that he had something to grab. It's fine. We'll just have to do this again real quick, and it should be much quicker than the previous time. Sit down, my dude. Sit down. Sit down, buddy. Great. Alright, we're up here again. Awesome. So, despite the fact that we had to reset that once, we still saved multiple minutes by not having to wait for the narrator and wait for Trico. So you guys are probably starting to see the trend of how using these checkpoint resets can really move Trico quite a lot and can position him in a way that is more helpful to us. So now we have the ability to actually directly tell Trico what to do. We have a couple commands. The one that I just used was go that way. Just a direct walk that way command. It can also be used, like I just used it there, as a sort of interact with something in this direction, which is how I got him to stand up like that. We also have one command. They basically mirror the boys. So the same way that the boy can shove something, Trico can attack something. The boy's grab button is Trico's interact button. So we can tell him to, you know, interact or engage with something. And there is one button, unfortunately we will have to use it sometimes, that is just punishing Trico. I don't like to use it, but we punish him not because he did something wrong, but because that is how you clear his, like the AI's queue of commands. So if Trico's not understanding you, if he seems to just not be getting or doing what you've told him to do, you can clear him and sort of reset him. I actually did want that guy to catch me. Anytime the boy is caught, it encourages Trico to fight. Alright, looks like both suits of armor are dead, so that's a safe reset. I'm going to give Trico this command while I'm on the ground, so that he has something to work on while I'm climbing his big ol' legs. And we will be taking out these spears. We do it at a kind of particular time. See here, I'm going to use that clear command because Trico is a bit confused. He always tends to get a little bit stuck here. There we go. But we do definitely want to remove those spears, not only because we love Trico, but because there will come a point in the game where too many spears will prevent us from progressing. This upcoming room is going to look basically exactly like the last one, except with a ton more guys. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to face plant right down onto the ground because that's a checkpoint. Timing is much tighter in this room, and of course, we don't want these guys' lights to see us. Like this time it's fine, but coming up here, we don't want their lights to see us because that'll wake them up. And that will prevent us from having enough time to open the door for Trico. So just because this guy's light goes away here doesn't mean that it's actually gone. We need to be very careful about, you see it just reappeared there. We're looking pretty good though. He should have plenty of time to come through. Now we need to be really, really sure that every enemy is dead before we reset. I do believe they are. Yeah, the music stopped, so we're good to reset. Because not only does the reset calm Trico down, but it, like I said before, it moves him so that we don't have to wait for him to walk. And we will get the spears, just not quite right now. Got another one of these eyeballs that Trico absolutely hates, so let's get rid of that. And we did that reset so that Trico is standing on the ground instead of still just on his back legs like we had him. Now, while he's solving these little series of jumps, now we can start to take these spears. And you'll see that I'm basically always moving or petting Trico or doing something while he jumps in order to encourage him to, by him I mean the boy, encourage the boy to hold on since I don't have a grab button. Don't you dare, my dude. Don't you go back down. So in prep for this next little trick that I'm going to try to do, let me explain how fall damage works. This game has a predefined distance where if the boy falls that or further, he'll break his leg, and then you kind of have to walk it off, because you know you can walk off a broken leg, no problem. He'll walk it off, and that's, you can't do anything, you can't grab things, you can't run, you know, anything like that during that time. So we want to avoid that whenever we can. And there's another set distance where if you fall that or further, you die. It doesn't matter if you would have landed on something safe, like, you'll die. So we need to keep both of those distances in mind. That was a fall distance because Trico kind of jerked his head right as I jumped. But that's okay. We'll get him geared up on this again. The point of understanding this is that here in a minute we're going to try to fall far enough that the boy would break his leg, but we're going to try to trick the game into thinking that we didn't. And we're going to do that by, oh my, that's better, by trying to make the boy land just so on a pillar that the game thinks that he's climbing it instead of falling on it, and that will cancel the fall damage. Let's see if we can do it. Awesome. So now, even though that fall would have been enough to break his leg, we are just fine. The camera always disappears into the floor there. I don't really know why. So here's more of the food goo that Trico likes to eat. We're going to basically use it as a bribe to get him to help us with this puzzle. So he's just all about that pot, and the only thing that we can do is hope that he plays with it. As I'm sure you can guess, this puzzle is another RNG heavy puzzle. There are some things that we can do to encourage Trico to help us a bit more. That was a big pull. But for now, we're just going to leave him to play with that in the background while we deal with this. We're going to use this to prop the door open, but in order to do that, we need him to really pull it hard so that we can lift this up, you know, and have it fit underneath the door instead of just these piddly little pulls. It is definitely a very RNG run. I mean, to me, that keeps it interesting. He's going to drop this in just a second. Because there's definitely things you can do to encourage him to cooperate. I'm gonna give him the stop it Trico, the Trico punish command, in order to stop him from. He was gonna headbutt the grate, and now I'll give him the pay attention to that or interact with that command to get him to go back to that. But yeah, it's super RNG heavy, but I mean that makes it fun. It keeps Trico seeming like an animal. Here we go. Oh, camera. So, Trico loves this thing. I don't know why, he just adores it. So, we have to try to get his attention away from it. Sometimes that's very quick, sometimes he just wants to spend 10 minutes with this thing. 10 minutes is an exaggeration, but we gotta just try to get his attention. There we go. That was fairly quick. There are more of these eyeball mirrors up here that he really doesn't like. What are you doing? Why are you standing like this? I've never seen you stand like this. With one foot up in the air? What on earth? Trico, I think you're a little confused. There we go. So Trico will trigger a cutscene when he comes up here. The boy will not. So if we can grab this ahead of time, we can move and solve this puzzle during the cutscene. He also really loves these mirror pieces, the same way that he liked that axle thing back there. So again, we're just going to try to get his attention. Wow, I didn't even have to get his attention. He did it on his own. Hey Drake, could you let me down, dude? Yeah, that was certainly a very fast passage through those mirrors. Just like the axle, he can get stuck there for quite a while. There's another mirror you can see over there in the background. We're going to be dealing with that in a second. There's also one on top of this thing that I'm pushing, which is why I'm pushing it. I do believe this was the demo for this game, if any of you have ever played just the demo. Don't leave me, dude. Just walking off, going about his own business. He absolutely can miss. There are going to be multiple times where the only way we can progress is by relying on him to catch us, and he can miss. We need to be careful to watch for certain, I guess, cues that he has. His animation will sort of loop a little bit, and then you can tell that he's ready. So we'll get rid of this eyeball for him. And while that's going, because it's about to tear down this whole scaffolding, we're gonna go over here and try to get him ready for our for our next little trick. It's gone, buddy. It's gone. So that whole thing is getting torn down. If we take too long here, he will fall. The game is pretty generous, but we still don't want to, you know, take too long. And then we want to aim for being right in between his shoulder blades, because we're going to be able to, again, move during a cutscene, and we can get quite far ahead while that cutscene's playing as long as we're here. So we've got two guys in here. The guy in the back has a spear, but if I jump in here right now, he's going to draw his sword and come after me. If I restart, though, Trico will be right behind me, and he'll keep his spear, which means he will leave me completely alone, which is exactly what we want, because I need to be over there. Trico won't actually come in to help until I take care of this eyeball that's over here. No problem, that's gone. And always good to see that jump land. That's gonna help us be a bit quicker. So Trico's taking care of those guys. I've got about 6 frames and they all look beautiful. We've got a pretty consistent frame drop in a couple of places in this game. It's just sort of planned into the run. There's one there, there's one probably about 20 minutes before the end of the game. Just sort of happens, because I mean, look at all of Trico's feathers and all of the lighting detail. This game has a lot to think about, so frame drops every now and then are kind of expected. Big eyeball here, so he's gonna be upset. Technically, he can get stuck in an infinite loop here, where he continues to walk forward toward that and then backs up because he's scared, and then walks forward and gets triggered by it again and then backs up, and it just goes forever and ever. But it looks like he followed my command just so that he didn't walk forward, he just turned, which is going to prevent that from happening. I guess in as much as you could ever say that this game is like Dark Souls, at least it's like Dark Souls in the sense that if you see it, we will probably go there. So anything you see in the background is probably a place that we're going to end up going. So Trico's over there being all upset about this eyeball. And we have a little platforming puzzle to solve. A death here is going to take us pretty significantly far back, so we're going to want to be careful at the expense of saving, you know, a second or two. The death would take us back to that seesaw, like, piece of wood that we were on. And that's quite a ways away, so... And whenever you see the boy hold his arms out to his sides, like right here, when he's, you know, on something narrow, you'll see me do a crouch cancel to stop that animation because it's very slow. And so we'll get him to run for a little while instead. I got you, dude. It's gone. It's gone. It's fine. There you go. As counterintuitive as it might seem, he did like a little run there. We don't usually... When we have the option to encourage him to run or not, we will usually choose not, because you would think that running would be faster, but the way that he slides to a stop at the end actually makes it a little bit slower. You got it, dude? Sometimes he's willing to take these jumps on his own, sometimes he really needs me to tell him what to do. So one more eyeball to get rid of. And then we want to be as far back on his back as possible. We don't really want to be on his legs if we can help it, because anytime the boy is on Trico's legs, we stand a chance of getting kicked off. Or we'll just fall down here and have to restart this whole thing because, you know, that's fine. It happens. Come on, Trico, let's try that again. Chest is fine. Chest is good. His tail's coming up to meet us there just in case we need it, so that we don't fall. So he's stuck on that pillar until we figure out some way to help him get somewhere. He destroyed the bridge he was on, which he kind of does a lot of. So he doesn't really have anywhere to go. We'll skip a quick little cutscene by just hopping right through that side of the corner there.
Hello. May I cut in?
Sure.
Quick. Okay. We got actually a $20 donation from Benedictator.
Ooh.
Remember that guy who ran Bioshock before this run? And he said, pretty sure I'll be sleeping through the run, but let's get some incentives met. This is for the other worlds, $10 to our profile name, and $10 to a talk to Solomon. Unfortunately, Outer Worlds will not happen, but you can relocate those incentives at your convenience when you got time. And we also just crossed the $300 mark. Woo.
Yay!
Small hype trade there. So, oh yeah, if you also want to help some more doggos, not just see Sable Dragon help Techo, then get those donations in with donation mark donations. Back to you.
Slipped right through. That's okay. Boy, that's a long fall. It's always pretty risky to attempt that because you might have been able to see that the piece that we were trying to jump onto was falling out from underneath us. Sometimes if it falls far enough, the game no longer registers it as something that like exists, which is why the boy couldn't grab it there. So we're going to be doing drawbridge skip. We're going to try to land on Trico's head as he comes over to meet us here. The game wants you to wait for Trico to jump over and then drop onto him, and that will result in landing on his tail. Anytime that we can land on his head, we do want to do that. So we saved quite a lot of time there in having to climb his body by successfully doing that skip. Now coming up here, Trico's gonna sit in this patch of sun and he's gonna get all grumpy and be like, I don't want to move because I'm hungry. So we need to go find him a barrel before he will progress anymore. I'm gonna get this train going. We don't need it right now, but I'll set it up for later. And as we hop into this pit, you're supposed to pick up this barrel and then throw it from ledge to ledge until you get it to the top. But, I mean, this is a speed run. Ain't nobody got time for that. So instead, you're going to pick this up and we're going to try through a little bit of camera manipulation and a little bit of wiggling around to get the boy's foot to grab onto a very tiny little section of pixels that will let him just step out of here. And he just did it immediately, which is great. So that's barrel skip number 1. There will be one more of those that we do a little bit later in the run. Same principle, where we're going to have a barrel and we're going to try to hook his foot up onto something to just step out. Right, Draco. I'm trusting you to eat this, dude. I'm gonna turn my back, and you better eat this, alright? Sometimes he'll try to eat it, and then in doing so will like knock it around to some place that he can't get to. Yeah, you know, it's just easier to say pixels, right? Draco, I'm over here, dude. You got glowy flashlight eyeballs, can't you see me? This is actually great. He understood the command that I gave him immediately. This is one of those places where it's very hard to get him to do what you want him to do, and he just picked up on it right away. That's great. Okay. Well, while he's trying to deal with this, I'm going to take out some more spears. Because he's going to be standing up on this raised drawbridge to push it down for us so that we have a place to go. Dude, how did you get so many spears? What were you doing? He's working, yeah, on triggering a cutscene. The game doesn't assume that that first time Trico saw the other Trico. It doesn't assume that you saw it too. Because it does kind of take... You have a very small window, basically, to move your camera up to see that Trico, so... Just in case it wants you to know for sure that there's another one, in case you missed that. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Where do you think you're going? Get in position for this next little trick, which is always a bit spooky. Hopefully we can land it. Yep, good. That will prevent us from having to climb down Trico's tail and do the first half of this rope. I feel like these are exactly the same leaves that are in Shadow of the Colossus. So big eyeball up there. Trico's gonna be upset and just hopping in between these platforms until we take care of that. So we're on our own for a while. This boy should be dead like 50 times over. And again, credits to Vanquish and Parhelion for teaching me quick chain climb in inside all deaths %. When it first occurred to me to try something from inside in The Last Guardian, I was just like, aha, you know, I guess why not try it? And I was very surprised to see that such a thing exists like across games. So I guess it has something to do with just, you know, how climbing is created in games nowadays, probably. He just jumps back and forth and back and forth for the entire time that this eyeball is here. So we're going to do a reset once we drop the eyeball, because he's about to go backwards again. And if we reset, he will be on the pillar he's currently on instead of the one behind him. It's always a little bit challenging to get the boy to get off of that rope chain. You know what I mean. Hey Draco, catch me. Conk. Thanks. So you can see the big white tower over there in the distance. We're getting a lot higher. Because again, that's where we're trying to go for the whole game. We're just trying to get to the top of the white tower. You might have just caught a glimpse of it. There's another eyeball that he's looking at. Alright, let's get rid of this. So now Trico is basically going to take care of climbing the rest of this tower by himself. I need to do a little bit of low-key paying attention just to make sure that he doesn't, knock me off or leave without me. But I am gonna remove this spear. It's a little bit dangerous in that I could get stuck in the wall. But we definitely want to see no spears as often as we can. So whenever Trico gets ready to jump, I'm going to be petting him to encourage the boy to hold on. Unless the boy is, already doing what he's doing now, which is showing that he's holding on. If I get a chance, I'll pet the blood spots off of him too. You can see that depending on how far and how quickly Trico jumps, the boy flops around. For the sake of the run, we call that noodling. That'll become important later. So that means that we were getting pretty high toward that white tower, and now we've gone quite a ways back down. We'll just have to find a different way up. Plus, now we know that that other Trico is just wandering around. Trico has definitely felt better than he feels now, but he's okay. We just were cleaning that blood off too. So we're in a bit of a pickle because we're in a tree, we can't do anything. Trico's not close enough to help us either. He's trying. He's trying to grab us, but that's not going to be good enough. We got to give him a second to realize that he won't be able to get us that way. So instead he's going to try to get us with his mouth. There's a little platform above me, so I told him to jump up there and maybe we can figure something out. I'm about to get kicked in the face. But now, he's gonna drop his tail down to me. And if you remember my earlier explanation about how fall damage canceling works, we're gonna try to take advantage of that now to do a pretty long skip where we cancel fall damage, if we can. Awesome. And here will be barrel skip number 2. Same principle as before. We're going to have this barrel, and instead of throwing it from platform to platform to solve the puzzle, we're going to use the camera and the boy's hitbox to try to just, yep, pop ourselves right up there. So in both cases, by doing that, you skip the entirety of the barrel puzzle. We're gonna go ahead and give this to Trico so that he can start feeling better. Bonk. There you go. Feel better, buddy. Whatever is in these barrels, and you might have your own guesses about what's in them by the end of the game, they seem to be like super powered Trico goo. They can heal him from basically anything. And see, his horns are getting bigger too, as we feed him more. So he seems to know the way out. I'm not going to interfere, because giving him commands at this point could just really confuse his AI. So we're just going to let him do his thing. It's always a little spooky to get pushed there by his ears. Just, you know, get pushed off his back on accident. That wouldn't be the first time that's happened. So over here, I guess you can't quite see it yet. We got a couple guards who are going to have our first experience with shield mirrors. It's kind of hard to tell. They have those eyeballs that Trico doesn't like in the form of a shield. So as long as those armors are carrying those, Trico will not fight. We need to prioritize getting rid of those. Trico juked me a little bit there, which is why we took fall damage. So this is what a broken leg looks like. I'll just walk it off real quick. Alright. We were trying to jump off of Trico's head and land right about here, but he, as he is wont to do, sort of swiveled his head right as I jumped. That's okay. So spooky armor guys, see, have eyeball mirrors up there. Thankfully, only in this particular instance, if we get them both to drop those mirrors, even if somebody else picks them up, Trico will still help. It only happens like right here. Any other time if somebody picks them up, like you have to get them to drop it again. And you can either, you know, get the armor to drop them, or you can break the shields. If they're on the ground and you like toss them, they can shatter. So regardless of which way you do it, you just need to make sure. I got stuck in a corner and somehow that guy didn't catch me. Just need to make sure these guys drop them. gonna just get rid of this guy while we're at it. Whoa, he is close. Alright, so both of those are down. Trico's ready to help us. Smash him, buddy. Nice. Was that everybody? No, there's one guy still here. He's still not dead, though. I can help. The boy can pull off helmets. We don't really want to be doing that when we can, just because it's faster for Trico to explode them like he just did. But it's still a way we can help. We need to make sure this fight is over. Yeah, okay, the music stopped. So we're good to restart. That is a sort of unreliable reset. You always run a little bit of a risk that it won't checkpoint there, and then you'll have to do that fight again. But in exchange, if it does work, you get a calm Trico who is standing basically right where you need him to be standing. Did you understand? I guess so. Alright. That other Trico is still wandering around out there. That's what he's yelling at. So up ahead we've got a huge vat of whatever is inside the barrels. So needless to say, we're going to need to do something about that before Trico will listen to us anymore. You can see the steam from all the way up here. Alright, so this is on tracks, and we're going to switch the tracks so that it doesn't go into a corner, and instead it goes further into the room. All in an attempt to try to get this stuff away from Trico. Dude, you've got a problem. He's nuzzling it like he wants it to pet him. Dude. You don't need this stuff, my man. Quit your habit. So on the bright side, we dumped the whole thing out. On the not so bright side, we're down here by ourselves now. The game has decided that when you push something, you don't have any control of where it goes. Like, you can't push the directional buttons or the joystick and tell it where to go. But if you pull something, you have complete control, which is why I am pulling instead of pushing this box. And that's also why, whenever we have the choice, we will be pulling things instead. So we need, obviously, Trico's help to get us out of here. The first thing that he needs to do is to come and stand like right above us and break these floorboards. He's kind of doing it. It's a little bit of chance as we wait for just the right floorboards to break. So give him just a minute. What is he doing all the way over there? Draco, I need your help, buddy. He's close. It can be tough sometimes for the game to actually like give credit that he is standing on where he needs to be standing. He's got one kind of broken. It should give here. There we go. So that's step one. Step two, we need him to focus on us over here so that he turns his butt around to that hole and drops his tail in. His tail's peeking through a little bit. It's easy to get it stuck on that beam though, so we gotta wait for him to jiggle it a little bit more. Draco, give me a tail jiggle, buddy. You got it, dude. There you go. Well, that was a weird camera angle. Oh boy, oh boy. He can definitely get you stuck on the walls there. But out we go. So once again, he's gonna get hungry up here. That's a common theme with him. I guess when you're a giant chicken dog, you probably need to eat pretty often. And so while he's taking care of these suits of armor, we're gonna preemptively get him that next barrel before he starts to complain about it. Draco, I'm pretty sure they're dead. Where did that go? Draco still needs time to calm down, and he also needs time to get over into the position where he's going to eat this barrel, so we still have plenty of time to get it to him. Draco, they're gone, buddy. They are gone. Why did that happen? He has a really long animation though. See, he's still like sitting down, so we're fine. I got something for you. Does this little food happy dance. I'm happy for you, buddy. You feel better? There is a suit of armor through this door. You can't see it because the game doesn't display it, but it is possible for him to get a little confused here So as much as possible, we want him to just, please, yeah, stand straight up. The alternative is him just kind of staring at the floor for 2 minutes. So it's great. He was hyper focused there. Here's the White Tower again. Getting closer. Recovering from having fallen halfway down the valley. Here's that suit of armor I was talking about. Gonna go for a little bit of a risky strat here and let Trico grab me. The boy has a hard time grabbing when Trico throws him like that, so payoff is that we don't have to climb Trico. Must be fun doing a speed run that loses time just because your Siberian elk wants to. That is sort of the essence of this run, yes. I mean, the whole reason that I didn't take second place last week, I believe, was because exactly what I just described. He stared at the floor at that point that we just passed for about 2 minutes. So, I mean, it happens, but, you know, there's the positive, right? That every run is unique and it's always fresh. You don't ever feel like you get bored of running this because everything is different all the time. We got some soldiers to deal with here. There is a glitch that I have been working on refining to stop these guys from spawning. I'm gonna chuck this mirror so that it breaks. But as this is no glitches allowed, we didn't do that, so we're gonna fight these guys like normal. Oh, that spear is just having a good old time in midair. Again, we want these guys to catch me because it encourages Trico to fight them instead of just getting angry. Good job, buddy. 4 for 4. We always want to see him explode them instead of just knock them to the ground. So there's a little gear here, and I'm going to give Trico the interact with that command. He's figuring it out. So that's going to open all these doors and let me get this. Alright, Trico, I'm gonna need you to stay a little bit out of the way, okay? Or you can, like, not. That's also fine. Ready? Trico loves to play with things, so that is oftentimes the solution to whatever quandary you're in, is to let him play around. So while we wait for Trico, we can again take note of this white tower. Up there you can see there's a bridge leading to the white tower. That's going to be where we attempt white tower skip. It is by far the hardest thing in the run. We've still got a bit of a ways to go before we get there. But that bridge should kind of just always be on your radar as one of the main places we're trying to get to. And I am going to attempt white tower skip. To give you a little background about it now, the current world record holder, Satsu, was the one who found it. His current success rate, at least as far as I've seen, is about 1 in 35. It is not very easy, but I've been working on an alternate way to do it that skips one of the two parts of the skip, which number one is going to make it easier, at the cost of having to attempt it at a slightly later place, so you lose about 10 seconds. And that brought the success rate up to about 1 in 7, which is great, and I'm hoping that I can show that off for you guys. Because if done right, it will save about 5 minutes. Thankfully, you know, because this is no glitches allowed, and it's not a glitch, those types of skips, you know, if they don't happen, it's not like a run killer, it's just you solve the puzzle the normal way at that point. We got 2 water puzzles that we're going to be working on. I think for people who play this game for the first time, these are probably what give them just about the most trouble. They surely did for me when I played casually for the first time. Now they're some of my favorites. I think that they're kind of clever in the way that they present puzzles. But it definitely has a lot to do with when you call Trico, which kind of doesn't really, you know, make sense as something that a casual player should have to think about. Also pointing out that there is no swim up button, so I literally have to let the boy drown in order to go up to the surface again. So, what point did that have, right? Opening that gate? Could we just... I am trying very hard to tell Trico to go this way. There we go. The point was, sure, it opened this upper gate, but there's also a gate deep underwater that it opened. That's going to be the case for this puzzle and the next puzzle, and that was the point of doing that. It opens a gate that Trico can swim through. So we're gonna let Trico go and do his own thing. Because in the end, that's going to be kind of the key to solving this puzzle, is not having him right next to us. So he's standing over on this island, and the wave that he creates by jumping in the water is what's going to push us up here onto this platform, which I think is a very clever puzzle. I really like it. Did you understand? Or are you gonna be grumpy? You got it? Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, Trico has a lot bigger lungs than we do.
アタミセターラなオトトリコーノイラカゼアーラサイイニアゼアウィ
And here we are. If anybody has ever watched a Last Guardian speedrun before, you'll know what's coming next. This is going to be Cage Puzzle. Cage Puzzle is the single most RNG reliant thing that happens in this run. There are a lot of things we can do to make it better, but it comes in 2 parts, and we're basically just going to take it 1 part at a time and just do the best that we can. And why is the boy twitching? There is a lot of physics and Trico that have to interact just right in order for you to successfully complete this puzzle at all. So, like I said, we'll do the best that we can and see how it goes. We've got a little ways still before we get to that puzzle. We've got some exciting things that have to happen beforehand, like summoning this elevator again. Just another example of the boy, kind of not registering that that's something he can grab. It happens from time to time. It always baffles me a little bit because there are quite a few unused buttons on the controller. So it kind of baffles me that there isn't just a grab button. But at the same time, I can sort of see it, right? Because in a game like this, you're just going to be holding the grab button the entire time anyway. So I can sort of see why they did what they did. I think that you will find later, though, as sort of all of the events of the game come to a head, that everything being mapped to the circle button can become problematic. The mirror, when we get it back, is the circle button. Picking things up is the circle button. Petting Trico is the circle button. Grabbing the heads off of armor in order to help fight them is the circle button. So it's a lot of things, and if you're standing, for example, next to Trico and you want to use the mirror, you might accidentally pet Trico. There's a lot of things that all happen with circle. So for now, our primary priority is just to find Trico again. Because he swam off without us. We have no idea where he went. Do you even think he knows that we're gone? Did he even notice? So here's a tail hanging down. Gonna use some crouch canceling to get as far down here as we can. The only problem is, that's not our Trico. You are absolutely not supposed to solve that puzzle that way, but it takes a lot longer to... There's a tree there, and you can climb the tree and then like climb across a rope to get around her safely. She is very fast, and we do need to be careful to try to one-cycle her if we can. Ooh. It's gonna depend a little bit on the boy here. Oh, that's so close. Where am I? Nope, she knocked me back in. We're gonna lure her over here again. There's a little bit of an invisible wall, which is what the boy got stuck on there. That can prevent him from jumping up, and that's why we got sent back. But we're past her now. Easily, she didn't even really seem to care. You can definitely make it across without using her head, at least for the first one. But there's really no sense because you have to wait for her to put her head through both anyway. So you might as well use her head since it's safer. There's nothing we can do here, so if she wants to beat us around, that's fine. Kind of hard to see, but there's some sort of signal that's resonating with her horns that's calling her away. So thankfully she leaves us alone. But here is the start of Cage Puzzle. And we are just gonna do as good as we can. For now, we just have to, I know it sounds kind of boring, but we have to just stand here and wait, because the narrator is gonna say it seems like we waited for an eternity, and the game actually kind of does want you to wait for a while so that it feels like that. So there's not really very much we can do, except for explain what's about to happen. So, thankfully, Trico is gonna be able to figure out where we are. And I'm going to attempt a reset that's going to make him skip a pretty long pre-scripted thing that he's doing. Because this is obviously this other Trico's nest, or at least where she likes to hang out. And he wants to investigate, you know, he wants to sniff, he wants to explore. So we're going to reset to try to get him to not do that, just so that it takes a bit less time. And then I can't do anything in this cage by myself, so I'm going to need Trico's help. I'm sure you can see where this is going as far as RNG is concerned. How the cage rolls is mostly in my control. Where Trico pushes the cage, very RNG. So I'm going to try to set this cage up to give Trico the best chance of helping me. But one of the big problems is that after he pushes it, like, Trico just loves you so much and he really wants to be helpful, which is great. Except that when you're rolling the cage and he kind of taps it with his face a little bit, it can make you like spin or, you know, put you in a position that then you can't get out from. So Trico's really trying to be helpful, but he's just kind of making it worse, you know? So we'll see how this goes, and hopefully Trico and I can work this out. For now, we just need to wait for Trico to find us. Which, to be fair, he doesn't really have any leads, does he? Hey, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. So this reset can be a little finicky. We want to see 1, 2, 3, 4 feet on the ground. And then we want him to vocalize as he comes towards us. There we go. And hopefully that will have triggered the checkpoint. Awesome. Now, we need him to kind of not be in the way for a second while I set up this cage. Okay. This is gonna be about as good as we could have hoped for as far as this cage puzzle. He's coming over. He wants to be pet. Because, I mean, he missed us, you know? We were separated for a while. Hi, buddy. I missed you too. But let's get down to business, my dude. Need your help. As soon as he pushes the cage, the camera is going to be locked in place. Okay, maybe we can salvage this. That was kind of a yucky push. But okay. Trico, please don't come up from behind me. Oh, awesome. Awesome. That was an excellent cage puzzle. That honestly might be the fastest I've ever done that. Good job, Trico. So that was part 1. To be fair, it was the harder part. So that's great. Part 2 is us actually trying to get out of this cage. We're going to use one of those elevator activators in order to try to open this up. It's pretty common for the first attempt or two to fall a bit short. So don't be surprised if we just sort of plummet into the abyss. But we're trying to very specifically manipulate how the momentum works here to try to get this in a very specific position. That's alright. We can work with that. Great. I could not have asked for a better cage puzzle. Because I'm sure you can see, right? Trico comes over here, you're still in the cage, you need to get momentum to get up onto these little platforms, and, you know, Trico's in the way. He can definitely make it tough, and he's just trying to be helpful. You can't fault him for that. So he's gonna sit down, once again, and be like, I'm hungry, please feed me. So we're gonna go get a barrel for him before he asks for it. And that happens to be stuck behind this guy. This is one of my favorite skips in the game. I don't know why, I just find it like so cheeky, but I like it a lot. Gonna wait for him to start casting, and then we're just gonna kinda boop. You're supposed to, you know, lure this guy all around this thing, and then while he's catching up to you, you know, throw the barrel up there, but I like just blatantly walking past his face and making fun of him as I go. Trico, by the way, hasn't even realized that he's hungry yet, and we've already got the barrel. Here you go. I just tried to give Trico a double command. I am going to try to get him to do 2 jumps basically on 1 command. It does appear, based on his body language, that he did understand, which is great. That will prevent him from jumping over there into that little gap that's up above the arches. And again, I'm gonna pet him so that we have a less chance of falling off of him when we noodle. Now, as we come back up, we're heading back up to where the other Trico was, and where we got trapped in that cage. As we come up there, Trico is gonna want to do the same thing that I stopped him from doing the first time. He's gonna want to sniff and smell around, and you can't really blame him, right? So we have to really try to keep his attention and get him going straight for this hole so that he doesn't get distracted. See, as much as it pains me to do, I did have to give him the punish command there in order to stop him from sniffing the ground. Kind of common for him to get stuck here. There's actually a barrel hidden away, and that's what he's looking at. Looks like we hopefully have broken him of it. Yeah. You can do it, buddy. Getting closer and closer to that white tower. He's coming. Probably. Come here, dude. I want to work on being towards his head, just for the sake of a tiny little skip that we can do here in a minute. It has everything to do with what Trico chooses to look at after we land, so it doesn't always work, but there's no shame in trying it because, I mean, even if you try and fail, it's still faster than doing it the intended way, so. Alright, Trico seems to know where he wants to go, so I'm not gonna bother him. Whoa! See what I mean about the boy grabbing? Sometimes that just sort of happens. Right, let's see where he wants to look. Close, no cigar. That's okay. Because it's still faster than getting off of him and solving the first bit of this puzzle. So we've got another cage coming up. The things that resonate with Trico's horns and make him turn hostile. This one's going to be a little bit different in that there are soldiers here. There weren't soldiers in the cage previously. So we're going to need to kind of juke around them until Trico decides he wants to hop down. And then after that, we're going to have a rather long but very adorable cutscene where I'm going to get up and stretch my legs for a little bit because I've been sitting for quite a while. Alright, so we're going to pull Trico to us with this reset. And we're going to stand here waiting for him to be hostile. And so once again, we get launched. This is the much longer cutscene. It's probably my favorite cutscene. Unfortunately, we do have to skip it. It's showing Trico basically abducting us from our village. He sticks his head into our hut at night and swallows us, and then brings us back to the place that we're in now. But on the way, he gets struck by lightning, and that's what knocks him down into the valley and like breaks his horn and rips his tail off. So while this cutscene is playing, I'm going to go stretch my legs. Enjoy, I suppose, a commentary-free cutscene. So basically, you know, there's only so many times you can be eaten by a Trico before it probably isn't good for your health. I love how his solution is, oh yeah, water will help. I'm sure it'll be fine if I just completely drop the boy face down into the water. He'll be fine. I mean, it works, so I guess good on Trico, right? Trico does like a little happy dance that we're okay. Unfortunately, we can't really stay behind to see it. Wow, that was very quick. Good job, buddy. Grabbing that ladder right before we hit the ground so that we can negate fall damage. And Trico, normally there would be a reset, you know, to pull Trico closer to us. But for this particular area, there is just really no good reset. So we do just have to wait for Trico. In the meantime, we are coming pretty close to White Tower Skip, which, as I mentioned previously, is, you know, almost without doubt the hardest thing in the run. I am going to attempt it a couple times because I would really like to show it off for you guys, but there is always the chance, it's a very camera heavy trick, and there's always a chance that it's not really going to work out. In which case we'll just do the White Tower like normal. Either way, you get to see something, you know, new. So it's really kind of a win-win. But the essence of the White Tower skip is that there's, if you've been noticing the bridge that leads up to the White Tower, we are going to want to be on top of that bridge in order to get into the White Tower. However, there's going to be some eyeballs that are in the way and preventing Trico from actually, you know, being willing to jump across the bridge. So we're going to have to take care of those. However, there's a break in the bridge that's going to require us to go underneath and then go around the White Tower in order to come back up to the top where the eyeballs are. It'll make sense when you see it, but my point is the White Tower skip enables us to not go around the White Tower at all. And we do that by jumping inside the scaffolding of the bridge. Satsu, the world record holder's method of doing this, is very dangerous and results in a lot of deaths. My method of doing it is more consistent, but at the cost of needing to go further down the bridge in order to try it. So you do spend a little bit more time each time you want to attempt it. Trico is coming, I promise. He's just kinda a little too big. So Trico's okay. I know he's, you know, crushed under all this stuff, but if you look, you can see, you know, the rocks are moving. He's breathing. He's okay. We're just gonna have to give him some encouragement to wake up. So there's the big bridge to the White Tower, and you can see those two eyeballs over there in the distance. That is where the skip happens. Hopefully. As soon as these guys hear Trico, they have no interest in catching me anymore. They're like, oh geez, grab the spears. So neither of them died, so I'll help Trico with at least one of them. Trico, that one was already dead. Well, there. Good enough. Good enough, buddy. They're dead, my dude. You got him. So here's that big white tower. Trico's just as excited about it as we are. We use this opportunity to get some of these spears out in prep for what's coming up. So it might be hard to see, but down in this scaffolding, you see how all of the scaffolds make like a V shape, a repeating V? Part 1 of the White Tower skip is trying to trick the game into thinking you're allowed to stand inside that V. Alright, so there's the eyeballs, there's the big white tower. We're kind of almost at the top, considering how far down it goes. But we're not going to be able to get to these eyeballs because there's a break in the bridge. So, down here, I'm going to attempt Satsu's White Tower skip just because it's kind of on the way. Alright, so we weren't able to land inside the V. That's okay, because now we'll just continue on as planned. So that would be part 1 of the skip, is landing inside the V. Part 2 is... oh, that was some weird screen tearing. What on earth? Part 2 would be jumping straight up, which is also kind of a problem. So you see, my method here avoids the first bit because this V is already, you know, broken and we can just get into it. Second bit though, we gotta adjust the camera, and we got it on the first try. So now up we go, and that was, wow, first try White Tower skip. We just saved about 5 minutes. That's fantastic. Why doesn't this want to move? There we go. That was odd. So there's nothing we can do to move. Like, obviously I can button mash here if I want, but there are just too many of these guys casting spells for me to be able to mash this away. Plus, you know, these mirror guys are coming out trying to prevent Trico from coming and helping me. Trico's gotta face his fears if he wants to help. He also kind of just broke our only way to get to the White Tower. Alright, we're gonna try out yet another skip that's gonna try to put us right on Trico's head, as opposed to the way the game wants you to solve this, which would put you kind of on Trico's back. Well, we grabbed him, so I can't complain. It's better than taking a death there, so always worth trying. And it ends up, even landing on the tail, ends up being roughly the same as just completing it like normal, because completing it like normal shows a tiny little, like, unskippable cutscene type thing where you fall off of one of those gargoyles in order to land on Trico, so it ends up being roughly the same amount of time. So Trico kinda totally broke the entire bridge that we could have used to get to the White Tower. Our basically only hope now is to be able to fly in. But Trico doesn't seem to be able to fly very well, so probably still got a little ways to go as far as healing him up before he can do that. I am, however, going to try to force him to fly here in order to speed things up just a little bit. Did you understand, buddy? Alright, watch for his wings to flare. Good, we go. And now we're just ready to fly. Oh boy, I'm in a location that is not optimal. Somehow he let me climb that entire time. So that flight was an alternative to having him very slowly like walk and then jump over there. We're coming up on basically my favorite part of the game. I always look forward to doing this part. It's got a lot of tricks all bundled into a really tight amount of time. And it's also, you know, just story-wise, it's also very intense. And Trico is being very responsive, which is helpful. So Trico will take care of those guys while I'm taking care of this. And by this, I mean getting rid of this giant eyeball that's eventually going to stop him from progressing. Alright, while this goes down, I'm going to try to break the camera to let me move a little bit early. There we go. I'm going to be doing the same thing again here in a second. Alright, let's try to break the camera. There we go. Wow, the boy just does not really want to grab her tail. Alright, there we go. Whenever the camera changes like that, which I'm not controlling, he drops the tail, so we gotta kind of work around that. Very important that I get underneath these Tricos as quickly as possible. Oh, buddy. Trico, buddy. Awesome. Trico pushes me off of there all the time. And the reason that we wanted to do that is so that we can be over here and drop down like this, so that we're already at these minecarts instead of having to drop down onto the female Trico and then climb up a chain to get here. Am I still on Trico? I think so. Nope. He knocked me off. Pretty common. It just has to do with like his feet don't have grabbable points. So if they touch the boy will like try to grab them, but then he can't, and then he won't have anything to hold on to. Alright, I'm just gonna have to wait. Because if you're in the air during a cutscene, you won't grab Trico. So, I'll just need to wait. So she doesn't have a helmet now, and she also has a broken horn. So in many ways, she's like our Trico now. She doesn't really care about hurting anybody anymore. This is the point where spears matter, unfortunately, because... Whoa. Little boy, please? Thank you. Because the boy didn't grab, the game sort of auto-populated spears, which means all of our work to remove spears is kind of for nothing because the game just put, you know, a random number in. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these to try to head off what could happen. If we hear the boy say, "Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out," that means there's still too many spears. And we need to be paying attention for that. I don't really see any more spears that I could remove, so hopefully we do not have that. Or that'll be a reset to try to bring more spears. That's where our mirror went. Unsurprisingly, when he eats us 6 times, he gets to keep some of us. There's an example of everything being mapped to the circle button. I was trying to use the mirror, and the boy thought I was trying to pet Trico. So we're gonna need lots of barrels in order to make Trico feel better here. We can get 2 from over here, 2 from up above, and we're also gonna take out some enemies. Just so that we don't have to do it later. It's extremely rare for Trico to eat these by himself. Like, there's really no sense in putting these in front of him. He's not really strong enough to eat them on his own. While he's taking care of that, I am going to take care of these soldiers that I was talking about. They are right here. And then there's also where the rest of his food is. If you're in the market for the trophies for this game, this place that I'm heading to now is the best place to do the trophy where you stack 2 barrels on top of each other and then like walk around with them.
Hello again.
Hello.
Is this a good time for some sellout talk? Or
Knock yourself out.
I'll try not to. But yeah, as some of you already know, we are Knowledge is Allowed, and we are founding or donating towards animal shelter called Go Rescue, which is a no-kill shelter that helps animals get off the street and find new good homes and all that absolute good stuff. And if you want to support this cause, you can use !donate to find the donation link. And we also is coming up to the Skyrim run that's gonna start after this. Lost Guardian run, and we got a name incentive or name bid war going on right now, which got George or F George, which is name of one of the moderators, on $9. So if you want the name to be something different for the Skyrim character, you need to do a $10 donation and just put whatever name you like in there. If you want to see other incentives, you can use incentives to find that list. And yeah, thanks to all the donation runners so far, we have reached $304.05 actually. That's pretty good. It's a bit higher than we almost expected, since we're competing with a lot of other marathons right now going on in other places. But thank you so much for everything you've done so far, and keep enjoying this marathon. Thank you.
Alright, so we're coming into the pink sky part of the game. That is basically the end game. We still have, I'm gonna say we still have a bit more than half an hour, but we are definitely approaching the final areas of the game. I like to think that it's one part Trico just being awesome and one part whatever the heck is in those barrels that make him so sturdy. Poor guy goes through a lot just trying to help us. So we've got our mirror back, which is going to open up all sorts of new, puzzles and challenges that we're going to be able to solve now that we have it. And you might have noticed that Trico's horns and his tail are now fully healed from the beginning of the game. So you're going to see that his lightning is a little bit different. Now he's just got like blast fire, which is kinda awesome. We need Trico to be facing us for this bit. Sometimes he can get a little bit stuck, but he did just fine there. Yeah, there are a couple of theories about what is inside the barrels, or what the barrels are made out of. As we get closer to the end of the game, it's going to show a couple scenes that might give you some hints about what could be in them. And thankfully, those are cutscenes we do get to watch because they're unskippable. So here's Cage Puzzle, not Cage Puzzle, just Cage. 3 of 3, so this will be the final cage that we pass through in this run. You can do it, dude. So obviously he was able to sort of overcome that mirror. Can I use words? That cage. Why? Not really sure. Some people think that it's because his horns were broken and that sort of, now that they're grown back, that sort of finally broke his bond with whatever is creating those cages. Others think that it's because he's not wearing armor anymore, that he can't really be controlled. Trico, are you going to be able to shoot? Alright, Trico's head is going to be in the way of my aiming. So we're going to leave that one mirror. That's fine. It's these other ones that we're particularly concerned about. Every time that he shoots, he steps a little bit closer to me. So we'll see how many of these we can get before it gets dangerous. Or I guess maybe it'll be none because the boy thinks that I mean to pet Trico instead of using the mirror. Yeah, it's gonna be no more. That's okay. Those are very easy. Actually, in fact, they're much easier to get from over on that bridge. It's just, you know, for the sake of expediency, it's kind of convenient to get him here. Trico, what are you doing, dude? Sometimes he can have a little bit of a challenge with this jump. It's basically the only place in the game where he's programmed to both be able to jump and to just lift you up, so he gets a little confused. He needs to be up there with me, though. There we go. I'm blind aiming here. You usually can't see that mirror. It sounds like we hit it. Yeah, I can see pieces. That's fine. I was just trying to kind of be cheeky. Whoa! You know, I don't actually even know where that is, so we're just gonna reset. I think that was almost kind of game breaking, so we'll just take that hit. I mean, it's gonna set us back a little ways, but come on, buddy. You wanna try again? Trico, please don't step in the way. We can do this, dude. Right there, just stay right there. Because his tail kind of glitched through the building to hit this, hopefully. Yeah, awesome. As I'm sure you've already seen, the puzzles take a rather large spike in difficulty once the sky turns pink. It becomes much more precise as far as, you know, needing to control Trico and telling him what to do. This was a much better early mirrors. This one might be a little wonky just because it's flopping around so much. And spinning, of course. Yeah, that was close. Shoot, Trico, come on. Yeah, okay, that actually hit it. Sometimes these mirrors, specifically those ones and only those ones, I don't know why, sometimes they will be hit but not explode. And it's not even like hit on the side, it'll just be like, you can hit the mirror dead in the center and it won't explode. So that's not super unexpected. I don't know what's different about those, but I actually think it might have more to do with Trico's lightning than it does with the mirrors, because this is the first time that we really have his burst lightning, you know? Alright, can we maybe not have that happen again? That would be great. And we'll just wipe out that other mirror, like right when we're over there. It's gonna be huge and right in front of us, so. White Tower, by the way, is right over there. We're getting very close. So yeah, this mirror is just right there. We should have really no problem hitting it. Even through that thing. Shouldn't be a problem. Way to go, buddy. So we won't need the mirror for a little while, which means I will put it away so that I can make sure to hold on to Trico and not fall off. We're going to get into some super tight turns and corners for giving him commands and climbing all over him, so... There are some enemies straight above us. If we stopped on the second gargoyle, we could kind of take a look up and see them. But for some reason, even if you put the mirror's light onto them, Trico just... like, it's too far away or it's too tight of a shot or something, but Trico doesn't really want to take it. So it's not really worth it to try when we can just get them later when we're supposed to. Well, hey, we actually got Trico to stay up here. Normally he jumps backwards. That'll save actually quite a lot of time. So the White Tower is essentially right in front of us. The problem is that Trico destroyed that bridge. So the only thing we can really do... see, that's where we were before. The only thing we can really do is create a different bridge. which is what we are trying to do now by climbing up these towers.
Yeah, cut in once more.
Sure.
Yeah, we finally got Benedictator's donations changed towards the Ace name on Legend of Zelda, who's currently leading with almost with 16 bucks. So if you don't want the name to be something else for the file name in Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, it's gonna be the finishing run for this marathon. Better get to that donating, because now it's quite the lead. Anyways, you can find the donation link with exclamation mark donate and the incentives list. Incentives, as usual. Thank you.
So you can actually see up above the bridge that we're going to be taking down here in a second. Or rather, one part of the bridge. Trico, I would just very much like to be on you right now. That would be fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, turns out he's not really very good at flying, is he? Did you understand? Yeah, you got it. So as soon as we make this bridge, we end up in, you know, what is basically the true end game. Things will get very challenging very quickly, and I'm probably going to have a lot less commentary and a lot more mumbling to myself about what's happening. We're going to have a lot of fights with soldiers, and they're going to be big fights. Alright, very good. We got Trico steadied out, so we shouldn't fall. Great job, buddy. So this bridge is so massive that it comes in two pieces. We're going to lower the first piece. Well, I guess we would raise it, huh? We're going to raise the first piece now, and then hop over to the other side and raise the other piece. And hopefully that's going to give Trico the launch pad that he needs to make it over to that white tower. So here's part one. Hey buddy, can you catch me? That was a solid maybe. Now the plan is there's going to be a little window up here, and while the cutscene is playing, the plan is to hop out of the window and land on Trico so that we don't have to climb all the way down. Trico sometimes has other plans, including move out of the way and let me break my face on the pavement. So let's see what he has in mind. Ah, he was right there for me. Should get one more little frame dip coming up here. That's normal. And then, boy, things get challenging very fast. This should be exciting. So we got a lot of soldiers, and we have to help Trico out or he's never going to be able to take all these guys out. Whoa! That guy, though, he was having a bad day. This guy getting close to me will not be able to pick me up because when enemies get close to this mirror, or if I shine the mirror light on them, it'll turn them into these little, like, sitting turtle guards. Bye! Trico's kinda sorta in the way. He'll move. Ooh, that actually missed. Again, this guy will not actually grab me. Okay, Trico's got one more guy to fight, which is perfect because we need to head down here. I'm actually going to get rid of this head because it's going to be in the way. When this door opens, there's going to be a guy with a mirror, and if I stand here and kind of distract him, he will drop the mirror and not bring it out into this fight. Trico's kind of finishing his business up there, I guess. There we go. It'll take just a second for the second phase to trigger. Because that guy that was falling down had to actually fall quite a ways before he died, so that's why that took so long. This guy might get me. He did not. What a relief. Trico's being a little bit pacifist here. I can probably prompt him to fight, though. Yeah. Whoa. Trico, you stole my kill. Alright, so that fight is over. We've basically got one chance at this skip coming up, because otherwise Trico's gonna put his big old butt right in the way. And if he does, you know, we'll just climb down his tail like we're supposed to. But it's way cooler to do the skip. Is Trico coming? I don't hear fight music anymore, which should mean the fight's over. But the skip is impossible if the fight is not over, so... Oh yeah, he's here. Normally we would have needed Trico's tail in order to get down here, but ain't nobody got time for that. It is possible to one cycle, like, all of these guys. For the sake of safety, I am probably not going to try to do that unless it appears very favorable. Trico? Yeah, okay, so that's not really gonna work, which is okay. Put me down, don't take me through that door. Put me down, don't take me through that door. Spooky. So in a one cycle, which is, you know, as par for this game, RNG based, you get those two soldiers there, and when Trico explodes them, their helmets fly and land on the other two soldiers to wake them up. It's very much chance with a little bit of skill thrown in. Obviously anytime like what happened where Trico, you know, didn't explode them and they just fell over, that's not going to be possible. But always worth trying. So each of these things activates one blade of that big ceiling circular door. And we're going to need to activate all of them in order to go up. There is still this one soldier, which I'll just go ahead and take care of him. Now, there's kind of another cool skip here that relies heavily on the checkpoint. For some reason, after you open this elevator, the game thinks that you've already gone back to the elevator. So by restarting from the checkpoint, we can completely avoid having to climb Trico to get out of here. Big yawn, dude. And now we're just here. So we've got a big fight coming. This is, I mean, certainly the hardest fight with soldiers that you're going to do in this game. Multiple waves, people have mirrors, there's people on the ceiling, like all sorts of stuff. And whether or not Trico is pacifist, you know, whether he kills the soldiers or only knocks them down, is going to make a big difference in how well this fight goes. He's doing really well so far. He's also kind of getting in the way, but that's okay. Where is? There he is. Getting these guys off the ceiling is kind of a top priority. He fell down, so that's fine as well. He stayed up there though. Usually when he falls, he will fall all the way down. I was standing in front of the store trying to keep this guy's mirror from spawning, but unfortunately it came out anyway. Trico, I'm gonna need you to like help me now though. Now, Trico. Ooh. Talk about cutting it close. There, now that mirror is broken. That's the risk, you know, of standing so close to that door, trying to get that mirror guy to not spawn with his mirror. Or rather, to have it, but to drop it. Is that, boy, if he catches you, you do. I got him, buddy. One more wave. I knew that I wasn't going to really be in range for this guy. We do want to get that mirror down as fast as we can, though, just because Trico will get distracted by it, like, even if he's not holding it. Well, good try, I guess, buddy. If Trico ever gets distracted by one of these mirrors, like if we let the guards have them for long enough that Trico stops fighting, that will basically turn him pacifist for the rest of the fight. Nope. Stop it. Now we need Trico to focus on any one of the helmets that's not in the middle of the arena. Awesome. Because he can block this from coming down, and then he like basically won't move. So, thankfully he was out of the way. So up we go into the depths of the White Tower. We're gonna have another frame drop as the game tries to load like 50 barrels. Just a few more strats and then we are at the end. We've still got a couple sort of lengthy cutscenes to watch, but they're fun. There's a big old fan up here, by the way. We're going to be turning that off later so that Trico can get out. Whew. Definitely not supposed to do that right there, but it's much faster. So the Master of the Valley is the big glowing thing in the middle of the cage. He has this aura around him that we're shrinking with the mirror. If we shrink it all the way, it'll just bust back out really fast. But if we shrink it only most of the way, it'll come back out much slower, which will give us time to climb this cage. The boy can sometimes have a hard time grabbing these. Looks like he's doing just fine. That the master is creeping out of his cage a little bit. Alright, so now here's these fans rotating blades. We are gonna apparently fall through the fan. Cool. I've literally never had that happen. And the boy is like, oh my leg. Oh, it's so bad. So we'll walk this off and then head back up. That is honestly really weird, but it's not something that we can't fix, so. Alright, here's hoping that we don't fall through the fan again, eh? Because there's that little, like, power console on it that we can plug the mirror into in order to turn it off. There we go. So Trico's underneath here, and we're going to stop this just long enough for him to hop out. Out, and so we should be too. If you leave Trico long enough, or if you're extremely lucky, he'll take a poop on top of this tower. Unfortunately, it doesn't really look like he chose to do that, because it's kind of cute. So Trico's responsible for triggering these cutscenes. We just have to wait for him to sit down. But we're at the very top. There's a lot of Tricos. And none of those are even the one that we fought, because the one that we fought doesn't have armor anymore. Like a helmet. So if you were wondering what sort of power fuel is inside those barrels that Trico eats, this is one suggestion. We don't really know if the little kids get turned into the barrels, or if it's just that, you know, the Tricos bring back kids and then they get rewarded with a barrel that is not, you know, in any way related to the kids. I personally think that, like, the Master of the Valley seems to be some sort of energy being, and I think that he's taking the energy from people and then giving the Tricos whatever's left over in the barrels. Took a risk there running between those two, and it paid off since they weren't able to swat me. So we're on this Trico. We can move if we want to. I do not want to, because when this Trico eventually drops me off, it's more advantageous to be right where I am. So, based on the way that the run has gone, I'm gonna say that we can sub 335, which is gonna put us 20 minutes above, or, you know, less than estimate. If this run, you know, needs to go longer, we have plenty of ending cutscenes that we can watch, but it can also just end as soon as time is over, so I'll leave that up to the mods. It looks like we can go ahead and watch the cutscenes, so Trico's tail is inside with the Master of the Valley now. I'm gonna drag his tail down and use it to shoot the Master. Timing is gonna stop when the Master gets hit. I'll call time because it's kind of hard to tell. At that point, the cutscenes will start immediately, and we have quite a lot of cutscenes. They won't take, you know, the full 20 minutes, but at any point, you know, we can stop those. It's easy to pause them in the middle, so if we need to end the run, that's fine. I'll just let them play until I am told not to. Oh, Trico's tail came down immediately. That's awesome. Alright. So we're getting ready to call time here. As soon as Trico's tail hits the Master of the Valley. And it didn't hit, which is why I always wait and just call time myself. Time. So that's it. We'll let the cutscenes play. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. If we wouldn't have had so many, like, kind of nonsense restarts that were kind of goofy, this run actually had a fairly decent chance of taking second place. But it was still a really solid run, and I'm really happy. Always fun to play this game anyway, so I can't complain about needing to run it some more. This was like the tomb where we first got the mirror, for those who weren't here for the beginning of the run. That's the female Trico that we fought and slammed her in the head with a minecart. I guess she's okay because either her horn broke or she doesn't have her head armor. I love this game so much. Like, obviously it's a little bit spoiled in the story now if you're still here and have never played it, but I still highly recommend that people at least give it a try. It's certainly not for everybody, but at least watch somebody else play it, like with the cutscenes and everything. Occasionally I will do like just story runs of this streamed, just because, you know, people don't often get to see all of it in one place. Because the story is just fantastic. There's actually still a little bit more of gameplay that I'm gonna have to do right here. It's just obviously not, you know, it's so far away from when you call time that they decided not to include it in the run. I have to tell Trico to leave, because he won't leave until I tell him to. So credits are gonna run here. If we still need more cutscene, there is more, even. Or if the run needs to end, you know, that's also fine. This looks like it's just going back to the title screen, but it is actually not. It's going to continue with some more cutscenes. It just takes a little while. If you're wondering why he's called Trico, it's from Japanese tori, which means bird, and the ko either comes from neko, which means cat, so he would be like a bird cat, or ko as in the diminutive, like little, so like little bird. The Japanese title of this game, I believe, is Hitokui Owashi no Toriko, which means really big man-eating eagle Trico. So this looks very much like the title screen, except we've got a little bit more cutscene here. And now we also understand, of course, that the title screen was the boy's mirror from all that time ago. So this is where we first start. Kind of hard to see, but over there on the left, maybe that's a baby Trico. That's the true end of the game. That was the after credits scene. So that's all I've got for cutscenes, and that is the end of the story as well.
Yeah, it was. Well, I've actually seen this game before. So
I have such a fond place in my heart for it.
Yeah, I fully understand why. Can see. But yeah, just take it. I totally forgot to set up this intermission as usual. So if you have any final shoutouts or anything you want to do?
Yeah. I mean, thank you guys so much for having me. It was a marathon. I know a lot of people have never seen it, so and of course the current world record holder for movement of the White Tower skip. I'm hoping to really shave some more time on in some chain skipping.
Okay everyone, as we wait for the next run to be set up completely, let me once more remind you of Go Rescue, which is the foundation we are supporting, the non-profit organization we are supporting with our donations right now. It's a no-kill shelter that helps animals, you know, getting adopted, find new good home and all that good stuff. If you want to support a great cause, use the !donate to find the donation page. And also we got a few incentives left. Currently coming up in a few minutes we got the Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, which does need a character name. We do have one name on $9 named after our which is named after our own moderator F. George. It's currently sitting on $9 as I said, and if you want another name, you need to donate first, at least $10 to get whatever name you want it to be. Also, worth noting is the Skyline Swap Force, which have a special auto bid war going on that puts the highest donations as character names. Currently, you need to donate at least $25 to beat T-Dog20 with his $20 donations still sitting around. So if you want your name to be used on a Skylander character, get the donation in. They also ordered after the highest usage of Skylanders. So the current highest bid is on $50 by Tasselfoot. So if you want to see your name floating around the screen all the time, you have to donate above $50. And finally, this last bid war is the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which got a file name incentive that currently got A sitting at $41 and Zelda sitting at $25.05. If you want another name in or want Zelda to win this, you have to start donating for that as well. Otherwise, we will set up by this Skyrim run and we'll be right back with more awesome runs. More awesome glitchless runs.